Hey, you're alive. When I dragged you out of the river, I thought you were never gonna wake up. I checked your pockets for ID, a phone, maybe. I hope you don't mind. But all I found was some loose change. So, wanna tell me who you are? Well, it's nice to meet you. And I'm sorry to pry, but any idea why you were floating down the river? What's the last thing you remember? Oh, you're an archaeologist? Then you'll definitely want to hear this. I don't know if it's exactly what you're looking for, but there are some ruins just behind you. Roman, I think. I need you to go in there and see if you can find a guy named Al for me. He went in there a few hours ago, and he hasn't come out. I've been freaking out, wondering if he's trapped or injured or worse. I would have gone in after him, but he made me promise to stay here, no matter what. There's no way I'm leaving without him, so I'm just kind of stuck here, waiting. What I mean is, I was hoping you wouldn't mind going in there to find him. If you can do that, I can get both of you back to civilization in my boat. Please? Oh, of course. Sorry, I don't mean to be pushy, I just... What do you want to know? Oh, there's not much to tell. Feels like I've spent my whole life in a dead-end job with an endless commute. Know what I mean? Oh, I'd rather not say if it's all the same to you. All right, fine. Sorry if I sounded cagey, it's just that I don't always get the best reactions when I introduce myself. My name's Karen. Yeah, something like that. But right now, I have bigger problems, like finding Al. He's the guy who washed up on the riverbank not long before you did. I thought maybe you two knew each other. I guess not. But maybe the two of you can piece together what you're doing here. In any case, you'll like him, I'm sure. Once you find him, that is. You really don't remember? We're in Italy. This river is the Tiber. Not much, really. But imagine what you might find in there. Priceless ancient artifacts. Al... What am I, an idiot? You could hike a long, long way in any direction and never find another soul. Trust me. Great. So you're ready to go look for Al? Thank you. The entrance is just past those columns behind you. Please, hurry. Oh, and he left this here. But I think you'll need it more than I will. Back already? What's up? Thanks again. And please, hurry.
If you're reading this, it means I've discovered the entrance to an ancient Roman city hidden deep underground. Its existence is long forgotten, all knowledge of it lost, except in the Latin inscription here. It reads, "You who wish to enter the city, step forth and be judged. The virtuous shall be rewarded with eternal life in paradise. The wicked shall find themselves showered in gold, but in vain, for this shall be their final resting place." Could an underground city have remained a secret for all this time? Could people have survived down there, against the odds? It seems there's only one way to find out. If I'm not back in an hour, I'm somewhere on the other side. Consider this an invitation, or a warning. Al Worth. To whoever reads this, I'm sorry you had to find me like this. And worse, that you'll suffer the same fate I did. I've spent a lifetime in this place, going around and around in circles, searching for a way out. The inscription was right. There is no way back. In here, there are only two options. Death, or that godforsaken doorway into the past. I made the mistake of stepping through it. I wanted to set things right. And I tried. I really tried. Whatever I did, it took me right back to the beginning. Don't make the same mistake. Better to end it all now, and find out what awaits you beyond that portal.
Salve, friend. I'm Galerius. Mind telling me who you are and what you were doing in the Shrine of Proserpina? What? I'm speaking Latin. You are too, although your accent's a little strange. Oh, I see what you did there. Changing the subject like that. Nice try. But I'll ask again. Who are you, and what were you doing in the shrine? Yeah, you know, agricultural goddess of springtime? You're not from around here, are you? And you've just done it again. You're a sly one, aren't you? One more time. Who are you, and what were you doing in that shrine? No idea what you're talking about. Oh, wait. Are you a bit, you know, not right in the head? That's all right, friend. Everyone's welcome here. We sort of lose track of the date down here, but it feels like the beginning of spring to me, so I'd say early March? It's 817 AUC. Sorry, you look confused. 817 years since the founding of Rome. Which part of the Empire are you from, exactly? CE? No idea what you're talking about. But listen, most folks seem a bit confused when they get here, but you seem very lost, and in more ways than one. So let me make this nice and simple for you. Live by our law here, and we'll all get along just fine. Not laws, law. There's just one, the golden rule, and the punishment for breaking it's, well, it's kind of horrific. But our magistrate insists we take all newcomers to see him, so I guess I'll let him fill you in. So then, you coming? Follow me. When I first arrived, I couldn't believe there were people living down here. But, as you can see, we've got a nice little community now. Only 23 of us at the moment, if you count the 3 who are missing. No idea how, since nobody knows a way out. But it's just big and dark enough to get lost in, if you're not careful.
Aren't you going to introduce me to your handsome new friend, Galerius?
Keep it in your loincloth, Aurelia. I'm taking him to see the magistrate.
That pompous old bore won't be magistrate for much longer. Anyone who helps vote him out today drinks at my bar for free tonight.
Politics. I'd stay clear of it and her, if I were you. She's... it's not my place to say. Down on your right is our farm, where I grow all the food you'll ever want. As long as... all you want is leek, cabbage, and wheat. Huh. That one usually gets a chuckle.
The bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone.
Ah, don't mind Livia. She means well. She's just been in a bad place since... Well, you know, I don't know what happened to her. Up here on your right is the chasm. If you've got a weapon, it belongs way down at the bottom. Up on your left is the forum, where you can visit the market or get yourself patched up in the... Grisha's clinic in the Shrine of Apollo. Most of us have almost nothing, just what we had on us when we arrived, and what we've been able to make and scrounge up since. And this central plateau is where the magistrate and the other patricians live, so don't expect a warm welcome.
Hilarious. You're meant to be working the farm, not trudging dirt into the villas.
Take it easy, Horatius. I was just taking our new friend here to see the magistrate.
Well, he's asked me to escort the newcomer personally. The farm. Go. Now.
You'd better go with him. But just remember, they're not like you and me. Don't let them use you.
What was that? What did you just say?
I said it'll take some getting used to.
Yeah, I'm watching you, farm boy. Greetings, citizen. My name's Horatius. Magistrate Sentius asked me to escort you to him personally. Follow me, please. Follow me. The only thing you really need to understand right now is the Golden Rule. Let me see if I can explain it this way. When I was serving in the Legion, if there was a mutiny brewing in one cohort, the legate in charge wouldn't waste time finding the bad apples among hundreds. They just divided us into groups of 10, made us draw straws, and whoever drew the short straw had to be executed by the other 9. Didn't matter whether he'd done anything wrong. One of us in 10 would die for the crimes of the collective. We call it decimation. If that seems like rough justice to you, you're in for a rude shock. Because the Golden Rule
Whatever
is
are you
exactly
wearing?
10 times worse. The magistrate can explain the rest. He's up these stairs.
Ugh, I wish Horatius would stop letting barbarians in here. What do you want? I'm Sentia, eldest daughter of the magistrate. But you'd know that if you'd been invited in here and introduced properly. What are you doing in here? And why are you dressed like that? Really? I'd never have noticed, what with your flawless accent, appropriate attire, and impressive mastery of our customs. Now, remind me, why are we having this conversation? You know, some people say it's the creation of an all-seeing God who's watching everything we do. But what kind of an awful, incompetent God would let my sister go missing on his or her watch? Did you hear that? Curse you, you coward! Where is my sister? What do you have to say for yourself? No response. Nothing. That's what I thought. I'm telling you, this mysterious god of ours has to be asleep on the job. Either that, or, like people are saying, it really is just a children's fable my father is exploiting to frighten us into behaving. I suppose we will. Ugh, what is it with you people? You heard the rumor that my little sister escaped and figure I must know a way out too. Is that it? Well, that's just a stupid rumor. We have no idea what happened to Scintilla. I wish you mouth breathers would just leave me alone. I don't know. Can you? Can you tell me how a person could have disappeared from a city with no exits and no crime? Was she snatched away by the harpies? You really aren't from here, are you? All Roman women are named after their fathers. I think it's their way of branding us, like cattle to be sold at market. His family name is Sentius, so I'm Sentia because I'm the eldest, and my little sister is formerly Sentia Minor, but she is affectionately known as Sentilla. It was 3 weeks ago. We ate our evening meal together, and I remember she seemed happy, in love. We went into our rooms, I went to sleep, and when I woke up, she was gone. That's it. I think so, yes. But she was very careful about keeping his identity a secret, even from me. Because our father had plans to marry her off, eventually, and even a rumor about her attachment to some mystery man might have ruined those plans. I don't know, but it's been 3 weeks since she disappeared, and he hasn't come forward. That might speak to a guilty conscience. All I know is, whoever he is, he's still here in the city. Why? Because I'm on this couch and not pacing about the villa, wasting energy? I hope you're not insinuating I'm somehow pleased with her disappearance. Ugh, you're awful. Get out of my villa and never speak to me again. Do I need to ask Horatius to escort you out of here? Get out, you horrid barbarian!
We're finally alone. I assume you already know who I am. May I know your name? A curious name to match a curious accent. But I digress. I see you have the piercing and astute eyes of a man of great learning. We're always happy to welcome another scholar to our little community. Equitia will be delighted to meet you, I'm sure. Now, you're probably wondering why I summoned you, and I'll get to that. But first, take a look at this wondrous place, would you? A secret city built deep in the mountains, many hundreds of years ago. Indeed. More importantly, consider the miraculous community we've built here over the last 7 months. 22 complete strangers brought together by the fates, living and working together in our own little paradise. And in all that time, not a single sin has been committed. No fights, no theft, nothing. Have you ever witnessed something so extraordinary as a city without sin? Nor could I until I came here. But the reason for this miracle is as simple as it is terrifying. If even one person commits a sin here, every last one of us will die. You see, the builders of this place, whoever they were, left inscriptions warning, "The many shall suffer for the sins of the one." From what we can gather, breaking the law here will anger the gods and provoke a terrible punishment.
like the curses of Medusa and Midas combined, turning us all to gold. We've come to call it the Golden Rule. It's extraordinary that we've survived as long as we have, and each day I grow more and more afraid that our time in the sun is almost up. And now it seems that day is finally here. All that matters is that somebody in this city is about to break the Golden Rule. Why else would Proserpina send you now? Unless you and I can stop them, our doom is assured. I know that's a lot to take in, and you look like you have questions. Please, ask away. You see, in my search for a way to save my people, I learned of an ancient ritual to Proserpina, the goddess of the cycle of life and renewal. It's said to open a doorway in time, so that if the unthinkable happens, one person can pass through it and travel back to the past. And when I saw you arrive in a flash of light from the goddess's shrine, I knew that person was you. You don't belong in our time, do you? 2,000 years? That is unfathomable. Please tell me, in your time, what did you see? What had become of us, of this city? I have imagined it, our downfall, 1,000 times, but it still breaks my heart to hear the truth of it. An intelligent question. There was a good deal of debate about that in our first weeks here. Does it refer to crimes or to some other ill-defined wrong? Of course, everyone agrees on the basics. No theft, no assault, and certainly no murder. But beyond that, it was more difficult to reach a consensus. What about lying, insulting someone, blasphemy, trespass, trying to escape, bribery, infidelity, suicide? As magistrate, I had to exercise leadership, and so I made a decision. We must uphold the laws of the Empire to a standard never before seen. And we must honor the peace of the gods, the sacred accord between the gods and the people of Rome. It is only by offering the gods the proper respect that we may prosper, as Rome has for centuries. Barbaric? Barbaric? What are you talking about? The Empire is the most civilizing force in the known world. Rome is a beacon of light in the darkness. For 800 years she has borne great statesmen, philosophers, poets, artists, and engineers. We have comprehensive laws protecting the rights of our citizens, which have unified countless warring tribes all across the Mediterranean and beyond, from Gallia to Judea. All our citizens are treated the same, regardless of the color of their skin or their sexual preference. Can you say the same? When our people are starving, they are given food rations, and when they are wronged, they have the right to bring the guilty party before the magistrate. Our laws forbid treason, murder, assault, and rape, as well as theft and arson, and so on. No other civilization in the world is so advanced, and you have the hubris to call us barbaric? On occasion, but our gladiators are almost all volunteers seeking glory, or condemned prisoners who would have been executed anyway. I do not see the harm. Of course, but with fewer rights come fewer responsibilities, and the right to be protected by their fathers and husbands. You mean the blasphemous cult responsible for burning down half of Rome last year? It's hard to blame the people for being angry about that. Of course, what else would we do with those prisoners of war who would otherwise have been executed? And besides, there are laws for their protection as well. Are you talking about our practice of decimation? Of course. We could hardly unite all these warring tribes without a disciplined, formidable legion. Well, right now, you're a long, long way from home. I have made my pronouncement on the subject. Unfortunately, there are still those here who resist, whispering blasphemous and treasonous lies in the shadows. I would be keeping a close eye on them if I were you. All I can tell you is that it's a ritual sacrifice to Proserpina. I stumbled across instructions. I have to recite a prayer, and of course, as with all rituals, some sacrifice is involved. Usually that means wine or food, or in some cases a live animal. In this case, the sacrifice is rather more costly. The life of the person performing the ritual. I don't suppose you saw any sign of me in the future? Ah, I assume that was me. If I'm forced to perform the ritual, it's going to cost me everything. You'll try to make sure I don't need to use it, won't you? Well, I suppose that's all I can ask for. Well, I believe you're in the best position to go around asking people questions. You're new here, and it'll seem perfectly normal. As for me, well, it pains me to say my attempts to impose order have not earned me many friends. I fear I may not even remain magistrate after today's election. The people here would only treat my curiosity with suspicion. You shouldn't have that problem, though, unless, of course, you get off on the wrong foot. Do you ever stare at a problem for so long that you can't see it for what it is anymore? What's needed here is a fresh pair of eyes. The less I prejudice the independence of your investigation, the better. Ah, so you know about that already. It's a devastating loss, of course, but that was over 3 weeks ago, and whatever happened to her, it didn't break the Golden Rule, so I don't think it's connected with our imminent demise. Still, if you happen to find her and return her to me, I would be eternally grateful. Me? Why would you suspect me? I've just told you, I'm about to sacrifice my own life to ensure these people have a second chance. What reason could you possibly have to suspect me, of all people? I'm glad you think so. Without trust, without each other, we won't be able to prevent what is about to happen. If I understand Proserpina's ritual correctly, that problem should take care of itself. Let me see if I can explain. If you manage to prevent the sin that breaks the Golden Rule, I won't need to bring you here. I won't create the portal, and you will never have been able to come here. Thus, you'll have created a paradox. If this occurs, you should be flung back to your own time, having changed the past for all of us. Make sense? Ah, good. So, are you with me? Can I count on you to figure out who's about to break the Golden Rule? Wonderful. Now, I need you to investigate the city, talk to everyone, help them if it'll win their trust. I authorize you to enter private homes and inspect possessions and documents, unless, of course, you're asked to leave. Figure out who the culprit is, and as soon as you have a name, come back and tell me immediately. Oh, and one last thing. If I were you, I'd start my investigation by visiting Lucretia at the Shrine of Apollo in the Forum. I heard wailing from there not long ago. Seems like something's not right.
Do I need to ask Horatius to escort you out of here? Get out, you horrid barbarian!
Ave.
What were you two talking about? Don't play dumb. I saw you. Having a shady little chat with old man Sentius up on his balcony. What's he offering you? Money? Favours? What's your vote worth to him? What? You're throwing your lot in with him for free then? That's even worse. Mark my words, Malleolus is going to be magistrate by the end of the day. And if I tell him you've sided with that feeble old has-been, that you've been trying to undermine his hard-won victory, you'll have picked the wrong patron. Got it? Good. Then stay out of it. Can't hurt. The name's Domitius. You want to get to Malleolus, you go through me. Too bad. He's busy. Unless... No. You don't look like you could afford it. I'm glad you asked. See, he's a busy man, and this is an important day. He'll be inside practicing his victory speech for tonight. Left me strict instructions he doesn't want to be disturbed. So if you want to see him, I'll need something valuable in return. Dunno. Something good. Bribe? That's such an ugly word. What I'm looking for is more of a tribute to me, your soon-to-be patron. Just make it good. When Malleolus wins the election, yeah, this place will change. I think it's gone on long enough, and Malleolus is... We've already lined up the votes he needs to win. Malleolus, of course. If old man... Yeah? What have you got? If you set one foot in that villa without permission, I'll skin you alive.
Fear is proof of a degenerate mind.
A new face. Ave, and may Vesta watch over you. I'm Equitia. To what do I owe the pleasure of this visit? Oh my. I take it people are quite I suppose it's... The proper approach would be to arrange an introduction through a mutual acquaintance, and then you would find a way to satisfy your But let's do it your way. You just... You know, I'm not entirely sure. Karen, you say? And nothing about that name seemed odd to you. Why is that? As you wish, but... I wonder if... I apologize. I don't mean to be cryptic. Have you spoken with any of the others? I really think you should. Go around and ask them what they remember. Good. I just don't want to see what happened. Up until a few weeks ago, she was she was always so chatty, always seeking out newcomers. And then, about a month ago, she withdrew, stopped working and became despondent, started muttering to herself. Galerius and I, but she just looked at us with this haunted stare, called us bloodless shadows and told us we were Look, it could be unrelated. Perhaps she simply fell ill. Or, as Galerius suggested, the weight of the golden... But there is a small Thank you. Now, go and follow the thread of truth through this labyrinth, and come back to me if you discover any patterns. Come back to me once you've acquainted yourself with the rest of our neighbors.
Name's Rufius. Better watch your step. Can't talk long, got to stay sharp, but... family's from Seleucia and Tigris, Babylon province. But I've been roaming a long time now. Even joined the legions. The 6th. The one they call Ironclads. Same way as everyone else. Because we're all in grave danger. Is it not obvious? Magistrate made me toss it in the chasm. Stupid. Going to have to improvise now. If you were dealing with what I am, you wouldn't be either. None of your business. Introiti ipsam commensula. If we have to. If I did, do you think we'd be having this conversation? I'll tell you this much. I hate the fact that my survival depends on the common sense of other people. Ah, then you know what I'm talking about. I mean, all these people just bumble along like nothing's wrong. While we're one bad decision away from being wiped out. Like the last lot of people who lived here. Seems like I'm the only one ready for what's coming. Whatever that is. And when it hits... I don't know. But did you ever get the feel... Of course I am. Meliodas. Not sure I trust No. What?
Give me a moment. Sorry I'm such a mess. I just lost a patient and a dear friend. No. Now she was poisoned. She came in here frothing at the mouth. Normally I'd treat her with resin of silphium, and I knew Decius had some at his market stall right around the corner. That'll be 1,000 denarii. Then that toad shrugs and says anywhere else I'd just pay a thug to steal it from his So all I could do is come back here, and now I'll never know who poisoned her, or how they managed to do it without breaking the golden rule. or why she cursed that snake's cruel black eyes with her... Well, unless you have the power to get me that silphium resin, I'm going to have another patient in here soon. Could be in the next day, or in the next... I don't care how you get it, but I swear to the gods below. Well, come back if you get sick or injured. Day or night, I'll do what I can.
Salve, stranger, and welcome to our idyllic little slice of the Empire. I'm Dacius. Terrible shame what happened to Yulia, but we just have to carry on, don't we? Certainly. All I ask is a reasonable price of 1,000 denarii. That's hardly my concern. But if you get a job... Oh, it's perfectly legal. Simply a question of supply and demand. Hear what? You sure you're feeling all right? She claimed the statues were whispering to her. Nobody else could hear it. Then she shut herself in the palace and we never heard from her again. But I digress. Do you want this Sylphia? Well, if you did that, you'd break the golden rule. Don't you dare. Ah, back again, I see. You mean, how did I end up here? That is a lengthy tale. All right. Well, you see, I'm in the business of procuring rare and precious objects liberated from the enemies of Rome. Mostly sculptures, vases, the occasional slave, fetch a magnificent price in Roman high society. Had myself a nice little shop in Rome, just off the Forum. Lots of foot traffic and close to the docks. Good place to be when the fires broke out. See, about 7 months ago, half of Rome caught on fire. Everyone who couldn't get to an outer gate was running for the river. So I gathered my coins and some priceless vases into a cart and had my... Oh, but, to my surprise, we make it. And I see this barge load, but the captain's happy to take my coin. So I start boarding, and then he... No, too heavy. The cart or the... Of course I chose the cart. I mean, I can always buy a new slave girl if I still have my money. So I put my hand on the cart, and I guess she realised what... And in one swift motion, she told... No, I dived in after it, of course. Aren't you paying attention? That was a bloody fortune. Only, I guess I must have hit my head or something. When I came to, I'd washed up on the riverbank, not far from here, with nothing in the world but a single silver coin. I couldn't agree more. I mean, sure, I'd lost a few thousand denarii, but I've already made it back, and this... Look around you, there must be more... I'm afraid not. If you're desperate... Some people here... It's terrible for inflation is what it is. There's so much gold just lying around, it's practically worthless. Of course, I have an idea for generating real wealth, but I've scoured this city from top to bottom with... Oh, well, technically... Thank you, friend. Malleolus. No. Very well.
Salve, Dooley. How are you doing today?
I'm sad. Am I going to die?
I don't think so, my friend. It's election day today. Perhaps our new magistrate will be kinder than Sentius and let you out.
I hope so. Galerius? Hello? My name's Dooley. I don't know. Yes, but they said I did it more than once. But yes, they said I have to live. What does it say? My friend Hannibal used to look after me. He said, if anything ever, he gave me this key, and all I remember is he said something, now nobody looks after me. Except my friend Galerius. And Hannibal Galerius already. What about the rules? Like Galerius? He's nice. I like Galerius. He made me a doll and everything. If you help make him magistrate, Hannibal said it was in the... Bye-bye. Hello. You're going to... Hilarious. What about... like, if you... Hannah... Go. My friend Hannibal, he all up now. Hannibal, you're me.
Help! You have to do something. A man arrived in the baths. A real nasty sort, with his face all covered up. And he's got a weapon. You have to do something, or he's going to break the golden rule. Fabia, but now's not the time. Are you going to help or not? Thank you. He's still in there. I have to hide. What? Ugh. The shrine is collapsing!
Fabia, no! Oh God, she's dead! Did anyone see that? The whole shrine just collapsed on her! Oh Fabia, why did you have to go in there?
Stop right there. I'm looking for Tiberius Quinctius Crispus, otherwise known as Quinctius. Do you know where he is? I'm not sure I believe that, so allow me to explain something to you. I am here with orders from Emperor Nero himself to find and execute the cultist Quinctius for terrible crimes against the Empire. So, if you tell me the truth, I will allow you to live. But if you lie to me or otherwise obstruct the Emperor's business in any way, I will put this arrow through your chest. Is that understood? You are not off to a good start. When I ask you a... Thank you. Now tell me. A small community. I was told Quinctius was a cultist. Oh, don't play coy with me. I don't care if you're worshipping Bacchus. Always sneaking off to your secret. The Emperor may have tolerated your... You say that, but if you're... So you admit you're not a... Threatening me is not... That sounds... And I saw the inscription saying... You've clearly been... Now tell me. You lot are practicing human sacrifice. Of course you'd say that, but it's all clear to me now. What baffles me is how a person can believe in something. However, you still have a... Very well. Here's what I know. He's a 40 to 50-year-old man with distinctive eyes, one green and one blue. He's also known to have delusions of grandeur. The Emperor says he and his cult, your cult, are responsible for starting the fire which burnt half of Rome to the ground and killed thousands in the process. All I know, all I care about. This is your... Do you have any last words? And there's a simple explanation. But if you want to know that once I'm done with you and I can think of nothing...
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
A man arrived in the... None of us do. The man... Thank you. I have to... Hear what? What? Ugh. The shrine is collapsing!
Fabia, no! Oh God, she's dead! Did anyone see that? The whole shrine just collapsed on here! Oh, Fabia, why did...
Sometimes I stare at the great temple on the bluff, and I think, whatever is in there, it has to be important. Ah, a new face. Salve, and welcome to a little community. My name's impossible to pronounce for most people, so you can just call me Virgil. You arrived on a sad day, friend. What with Julia's death? Well, I'm an architect. Or at least I was back in Rome. That's probably too grandiose a term to describe what I help out with repairs and... But you probably don't want to hear about... Oh, I'm glad you asked. Some of the... But there's one thing that puzzles me. The oldest shrine... Or it could mean that there were Greeks who really built... If only there was a way... Gladly. Personally, my favorites, they're an ingenious feat of Roman engineering with a very practical purpose. They take fresh water coming from outside the city and it's funneled below the palace and the rest is funneled to the shrine of Proserpina where it fills. Hey, not so loud. Just talking about... I'm not saying it's impossible, but... You mean the Great Temple? Given the way it's positioned so prominently, unfortunately, you see, usually a temple is dedicated to a particular god. There's an obelisk out the front, which probably... And of course we can't get inside because it's locked up tighter, so we're all left wondering, unless somebody figures out a... Of course. You wouldn't believe... There are much worse but once you get used to the fear... Oh, I just mean I grew up in the Batavi tribe. Fatus, they weren't nearly as... Some people say it's divine, the work of a god. I mean, once you've been here long enough, which means one of two things. Either you don't know the and I'm pretty sure I know the difference. Good. Then I hope you'll agree. The first is to leave. The second is... Good question. It's best if I say no more, but... Look, I haven't done anything wrong, if that... Hey, nothing yet. Sorry, that was mean. And when you grow up in the north, as I did in this... I saw enough friends killed or driven away, so I hid who I was for. But that kind of fear, needless to say, since my openness didn't go... Nice of you to say. In any case, the wrong... Or at least I... It's strange. I've never really been interested in any... If I had to guess... Strange bunch. They insist if there are any of them here, they won't admit it. Not since they supposedly burnt down half of Rome last year and went into hiding. All I know is if these threats keep escalating, eventually my secret admirer is going to cross a line. What? Really? I'm glad you arrived when you did. I'd start by someone who lives but if you find them, please don't hurt or humiliate them. I suspect they're just confused. Come back and let me know what you find.
Arve again. Did you find... It must be completed by dusk. It'll be between Why do... I like the idea, but I know Galerius well, and it was only yesterday that he said to me he'd only ever run if it was absolutely necessary to make sure Sentius wasn't re-elected. So, I suppose if you'd like to see Galerius elected magistrate, all of the male citizens who are willing and able to attend. Well, but if it's any consolation, by using whatever... I'm responsible. You can, assuming that... As I said, I'm... As you wish. Certain. And did you notice... Oh, keep asking. Livia's fate weighs heavily on... Come back.
I can't believe she is dead. Fabia, the gods are cruel and unjust. I can't believe she is dead. Fabia, I mean. She walked into that empty shrine, and the next moment she is lying dead under a pile of rubble. The gods are cruel and unjust. She was like a...
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Oh, Bacchus, how much did I... Oh, and since you seem to be in a hurry... Just attach the pulley to the rope over the lake and hang on to the handles. If it works, it'll be... And if it doesn't work, but don't worry. All right.
You, Sisyphus, just as the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, so this place accepts all the souls. But it does not know. The bloodless shadows wander without some the house of the ruler of the... They never do. There is only a downward path, gloomy with... Help me. It is better for you. The bloodless shadows. You think you wish it is better for you. The newly arrived are ignorant of the road before them. Cerberus lifts his triple head and lets out his threefold braying.
Livia, would you stop muttering like Medea over a cauldron? You'll scare away my customers.
They follow their trades, imitating their previous lives, but they are ignorant.
This again. You're in a world of your own, aren't you? Oh, you're here. And, I hope there's a light. Ugh, I tell you, let's just forget that ever happened, so we can at least do business. So, let it go. You know, normally... I guess, as a matter, I'm happy to tell you all about it. So... Well, I can't tell you too much, or you... Simple. It's a one-way trip. I think of it this way. If I took your money without giving you what I promised... What's the well, perhaps you could take out a loan. I understand Malleolus has lent money to others, on occasion. I just try not to think about it. Drink helps with that. As the saying goes, to drink... Certainly. Have you met Livia? She used to do my hair. Now, she just stands around. I hear that if Malleolus is elected, he's gonna throw a small Whatever you... All right. You stay away from my money.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Out of my way!
Salve, friend. Of course. Well, it's a long one, and I'm a farmer. Always have been. I grew up in a small village in Britannia, Camulodunum. One day, when I was about 20, my father told me to run into the house for his axe. But by the time my mother died of a broken heart soon after, and things went downhill from there. More raiding started before too long. One night, when my sisters and I had nothing left to steal, I got my father's old axe, but there were more of them. My home was reduced to ash. My sister... Yeah, well, I wasn't the only one. Unfortunately, there were just too many of them. I spent a few years working for my tried to escape a couple of times, but they all could probably still be there too, if it wasn't for this. Everybody was running down. I got swept up. The next thing I knew, some stranger was dragging me out of a river. Stumbled across this place and started my life over again. That's what I thought too. See, I finally had my own farm. Until Sentius the Decurion demanded I hand over all my produce. It's for the good of us all, he says. Only, he even told me if I refuse his demands, I'll break... So, it turns out our dear old magistrate is no better than the Legion thugs who took everything from me. But don't you worry, Nemesis is waiting. And he'll get... forget I said that last part, will you? I get... Thanks, friend. Anyway... Well, as much as I... But Scintilla, Sentius's daughter, went missing a few... If anyone knows for sure... Oh, I don't give it much thought these days. I mean, everybody here's got their own... But I say, let's spend less time arguing about what it means to be... I can't see how I could vote for either candidate. I don't like Sentius much, but Malleolus is almost as bad. Even I could do a better job. Me, a farmer. And I've never given a speech or put on a toga in my life. I've bounced the idea around once or twice, mainly as a way of getting Dooley set free. But from what I hear, Malleolus has the... And maybe that's not such a bad thing. I mean, he talks a lot about freedom, so I'm hoping if he... Because Sentius put him there. Poor Dooley was just wandering around looking for some imagined... It's nonsense, of course. Dooley... Gladly. All right.
Cerberus lifts his triple head and lets out his threefold braying.
Livia, would you stop muttering like Medea over a cauldron? You'll scare away my customers.
They follow their trades, imitating their previous lives, but they are ignorant.
This again. You're in a world of your own, aren't you? Ah, you're here. And, there's a lot... How dare... Oh, do us all a favour and drink...
Hello? Hello? Bye-bye.
Hey, Virgil, how much would you want to make me a bow?
For the last time, Dacius, I'm not making you a bow.
But why?
You know why.
But how am I going to defend myself against someone else with a weapon?
There are no other weapons in the city. We all went along with the magistrate's weapons ban, so it wouldn't be an issue.
That's why I've got to get in first before someone else beats me to it.
Ah, a new face. Salve. Well, Malleolus. Well, I'm nice to talk.
Salve, stranger. Very well. Ah, back. Certainly. Oh, you. Pleasure doing business. Can I help you with anything else? Very well. Another time.
What are you doing in here? Can't... She needs the red... What? Yulia? Yulia. Hopefully in a moment she should be... That was extraordinary. How did you know she needed this? A what? I'm sorry, I must have misheard. That was... You just saved a person's... And maybe she can tell us who poisoned her. In the meantime... I'm Lucretia, and I'm going to be straight with you. I'm not a physician. I'm tired and out of my depth. My husband and I moved to Rome from Caesarea. He embraced the Roman way more than I would have liked, and turned into an awful philanderer. I would have divorced him and demanded, so I waited as he prepared to evacuate our villa. I gathered our most precious belongings, coins and gemstones, and the moment I could barely see for the smoke. And the streets were full of people trampling each other. The next thing I remember... It's all right. Say what you will about this place. At least my phonic, and while there's no shortage of snakes. Oh, this shrine, kind of strange to set up a clinic, but the god who inflicts a... Well, she used to run the clinic. She was a midwife until she suddenly lost all interest in us. This changes everything. The last time I saw her, and then she shut herself in the palace. She's been gone so long now, but I really wish I could reach her. One of my patients is up. I really shouldn't say. He wouldn't like it. He's become so irritable that I just know Nevia would know how to treat. Thanks, I suppose. I wish some people just don't get sick or injured here. A city without sin might sound good on paper, but whoever dreamt it, but snakes like Decius will always find absolutely. Oh no, there was, but that. Well, until and then she's, but I, one of, he's becomes, I just. Really? Feeling all right? Sure. What do you want to... Do you really want to know? I mean... Gladly. That's a shame.
Oh, it's you. Was there some... As much as I'm the golden rule. That's the least... Please. All right. I'd been here about a week, so when my new friend Aurelia offered... She was supposed to be my friend, so she suggested I take... I'm not proud of it, but... Yeah, I had to sign an agreement, saying I'd work off the debt over 30 years. I paid Aurelia. You figured it out already. Drink this, she said. She pointed to a sign on her tavern saying, "Let the buyer beware." Then she immediately told Malleolus I'd tried to escape with... In fact, he just... That's what I said. I went to Sentius and begged for help. I thought about resisting too. But Malleolus said if I didn't, he locked me in his villa. Confiscated everything I owned as collateral. His wife, Claudia, was just as bad. I'd be on my hands and knees, scrubbing the floor clean for hours. Those two took my hemlock. I just wanted it to be over. I brought it on myself. I trusted one of the most callous human beings When I've recovered, I expect their thug Domitius will... Only this time, honestly, I doubt it. At least until some... A lot. But it doesn't matter. He's in exactly the same position as I am. He's probably all... If so, I doubt you could make... I don't know who you are, or why you seem so
Feeling all right? That's a
Name's Rufius. No idea. Yes, so. And why should I? Well, I don't know. Maybe... There is only one true God. And he... I am doing that. If I was about to get... I don't like where this... I have no idea what you're talking about. I have nothing to say to you, Kaput.
Welcome back. Nice to talk to.
What? All right.
How'd you do?
Did you stop him?
Ah, a fellow traveler. Greetings. I'm George, and I must say my shirt, leather boots in place of sandals. I have traveled, and never have I seen... Then you are an explorer. We will have much time here. My story? How kind of you... You mean to say, with all the turmoil and... I'll tell you, I say, Oh, if we all end up as golden statues. A good question. I remember I had just been to Rome. I rented a prestigious villa by the Tiber, and we began making our way. Now, I have had visions and awoken in strange... This time, I remember people screaming, then falling into a void as empty as time before. When I regained my faculties, I was lying naked. Indeed. I'm lucky I was carrying a little extra weight. In any case, I went to find firewood for his campfire, stumbled across a cave, and discovered the Trapdoor Temple. And here I am. Anything you like. Shh. Have you not? Oh. Of course, the first question any of us... And scaling the chasm wall is up. But as they say, if the wind fails, use the oars. And here the second option is to leave the way we came in, through the shaft above the bathhouse. See, the shaft is quite high, but if one gathered... I admire your end. There wasn't a... They even decided to keep records of their escape. They heard a godlike voice, so it seems that to merely attempt this... Ah, yes. Have you not heard the tale of the god Hades? Well, instead, she changed the climate of Earth, so that innocent people... So yes, we know this. If we are to survive, avoid doing what you would blame others for doing. It does that. For even if 90... Sadly, no matter how well we protect ourselves, but for all their grim and... That, my friend, is... I do not enjoy the thought of another visit from Domitius. Nothing... I hope that...
Stop right there. I'm looking for Tiberius... Thank you for your service to...
Filthy, lying degenerate!
You... An accident? So, I do have a question. I don't understand. Oh, I promise, nobody else will ever know what you... Oh, speaking of which... Oh, there's not much. I suppose it all started about 8 months ago. My pa had just arranged a husband for me. I spent the next week in bed. Pa, in the end, but after about a day, and I remember closing my eyes for a bit. And I suppose the driver took off with his fee and left me. Anyway, I went search. It's nice of you to say, but you should save your sympathy. What? You've been here a few good people here. My friend Georgius is always mending our clothes, and Virgil makes sure... Well, I'm just saying. Oh, I try not to worry about it. Thanks. And I'm sure he'd love... He'll be just across... All right.
You there? I'm sorry to no idea how you managed to get your hands on it. And before you ask, no, I wouldn't dream of trying to buy it from you. But I would like to... Tell me, do you have any idea? And here I was thinking I was the only one of... Supposedly, 1 or 2 of those arrows is enough to turn a full-grown man into... Now, of course, that is a travesty. A terrible, horrible waste of human life, which has to be stopped. And I can't help but think of a tale told by that Greek with the ability to transmute or use your imagination, golden, and even if we were to split or... Excellent. So the first question... Now, I have a plan. No problem. Diana is our goddess of the hunt, the moon, and the under. The one thing priests and poets agree on is that... And it just so happens that there is a shrine of Diana in this very forum. And would you like to... Precisely. I can't tell you how many hours I've spent in that temple staring at it, trying to figure out how to retrieve... Oh, gods, no. No. Here's what I propose. You give your bow to me. I cover it in a thin layer of gold leaf, and we create a replica of a golden bow. Then you enter the shrine, extinguish the braziers, and under cover of darkness, swap out the fake for the original. It's not theft exactly, it's more of a trade. But make no mistake, this is a dangerous path, and there's no... Well, in my experience, all the... Now... I'm more of an ideas man, whereas you're obviously the more resourceful and heroic type. Because the gods would see... When Prometheus stole fire from the... Only because he was silly. So... Wonderful. Now, this is a... And here we are. Now, I've gone and unlocked the Shrine of Diana for you, so it's just at the end of the street on the left. May the gods know. Back. Very well.
A new face, are they? Interesting. I'm not sure what... Yes. What else? That's true. What else? It's as I've... Let me ask you this. And... I see. Because I've seen her before. But don't follow too closely. We can't have people... All right, you're here. Here, look down at the bottom of the baths. It's a little hard to make out in this light. If only we could see. Oh, what a marvelous lamp. But do you see it? Somebody waking up by a river in a forest to find a hooded figure with a coin. It's just as you described it, only your pronunciation is a little off. The name you heard wasn't Karen. It was C-H-A-R-O-N, as in Charon, the ferryman of the dead. Charon, who, in exchange for the right coin, helps the souls of the newly deceased cross the Styx, the river that separates the land of the living from the land of the dead.
When I dragged you out of the river, I thought you were never gonna wake up. I checked your pockets for ID, but all I found was some loose change. Feels like I've spent my whole life in a dead-end job with an endless commute. Sorry if I sounded cagey, it's just that I don't always get the best reactions when I introduce myself. My name's Karen.
I'm so sorry, my friend. I'm so sorry. I take it you know what this means. I'm afraid so. It's all starting to make sense. All these people whose last memory was running from the fires toward the river. It seems none of them escaped with their lives after all. Perhaps we should be grateful they don't remember their final moments. It also tells us that the Golden Rule is the work of Pluto, the god of the underworld, and why his epithet has always been Father of Riches. I know it's a lot to take in, and you look as if... That was my first thought too. But it was also possible for the living to reach it without dying, if they were particularly... Oh, I'm sorry. I keep forgetting each of them is slightly different. But they always involved the souls of the dead, meeting a grim ferryman named Charon. It was said that he'd help the new arrival cross, only if they could pay him with a coin, an obol. That's why it was once our custom to bury our loved ones with a coin in their mouths. Charon's... Of course, an obol was a kind... To be fair, the ferryman isn't exactly as the poets described, and You say you saw... And I once heard Kabash mention a stranger in a ram headdress named Kerti. And Rufius described meeting a stranger named Kamut Tabal wearing an... But whatever form this stranger took, I suspect... Good question. Let's see. But that never made any sense. In our case, it seems Charon didn't take the coins we had. So, maybe there's something special about... No. I mean, I had my Now that we know where we are, we have to we don't have much to go on, except the old story. Hercules, the demigod and son of Jupiter. Orpheus, Hercules was able to leave the underworld Sisyphus and Orpheus both relied on their wits instead. They persuaded the goddess of the underworld, Proserpina, to help them escape. And finally, Aeneas was able to escape with the help of a spirit guide. So it seems you have two options: to confront the god of the underworld head-on, or find a way to escape with the help of Proserpina or some other guide. All Romans try to avoid saying it. You may refer to him as Pluto, if you wish. It's a reasonable question, but the problem is, and even if you could build a ladder big enough... Shh! Is everyone so that, as I said, Hercules managed to overpower the god of the underworld. I'll admit, you do seem different to anyone. So, who knows? But first, the problem is, I suspect the answer lies in the desecrated obelisk in front of it. I'm not sure if you noticed, but there are 4 plaques missing from its... It looks as though somebody, or a series of somebodies, forced... If you could recover and... It's the towering... You'll find them all over Rome. However, this one is unusual, in that each of the 4 sides is decorated in a different style. That means you'll need to recover 4 different... Good question. It would have had the gods, and there's a cult in Rome that often argued they've been known to start fires, as well as deface religious monuments whose existence, if I were you, I'd go looking for them. But I did hear a rumor they have a secret. I don't know. But perhaps you should begin. Perhaps Kabash, our Egyptian. But I did hear Aurelia is peddling rumors about him at the tavern. So, perhaps you could talk to her. Or... I'm afraid you're... As I mentioned, both Orpheus and Sisyphus were said to have persuaded Proserpina to help them escape, and Aeneas was guided to the exit. The problem is, those are the stories of a poet, a self-aggrandized... First, it's said the god of the underworld abducted and dragged her here against her will, forcing her... If the story... The problem is, leaving that aside for a moment, there is also the possibility of a spirit guide. Truly? Then again, I suppose... Can you tell me more? Fascinating. Perhaps... If she has indeed been abducted, tell me. Oh, I see. Well, let me know if you hear anything that might be a thread through... All right. I would suggest not discussing this with anyone. The best we can do for them is to let them remain oblivious. As for Livia, it seems she's been shouldering the weight of this terrible... In any case, time is of... May Fortuna guide... Ove.
Greetings and salutations. Hello again, my son. And in a city full of Romans, you are at... My name is Georgios, yes. But the Romans, they do not care. They hear me say Georgios, and they think, ah, he must mean Georgius. Good Roman name. They do this all the time. They see us worshipping Zeus, they copy us, but call him Jupiter. They take Hades and call him Pluto, Persephone, Proserpina. I am flattered that they copy our ideas, but why must they? At first, I pull my hair out. After a while, I give up. But my point is this. If you want to know who's the... he cannot help it. And besides, it makes him happy. So... I hope that our paths cross again soon.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
You look well, my Sarto. And in my name is I am at first, but my point is this. The plague you seek was pilfered from a collection of old... he cannot help. And besides, it makes him happy. I hope that our...
Hello?
Do you just love springtime?
Hello? Do you like it? But... Hilarious. Like... Yeah, Galerius will let me out. Then you can have my plaque. Bye-bye. Hello. Bye-bye.
Ah, it's you again. No. Oh.
Is that you, partner? Do you have the... Wonderful. And yet you did. And... No, technically, I never said that. It's hardly my fault if you can't tell the difference between a hypothetical and a promise, now is it? Oh, not a very effective... Your second problem is the golden... The bow. Now. But you're stuck in there with a... You know, some say it takes 27 horn... Let's find out if they were wrong.
My beloved Galatea, I write this so that one day, when we're finally together, you will understand what I've done and why I had to do it. The others will call me mad or a monster, but I don't care what they think. Everything I'm doing here, I'm doing for you. I'll start at the beginning. Soon after my arrival here, as I walked down a corridor lined with golden statues, I thought I heard a whisper behind me. A rasp of air, as if vocal cords of metal strained to say a word or two. I tried to dismiss the idea, tried to concentrate on my work as the city's medic, but that tortured whisper haunted me. Weeks later, in the hallway to the bathhouse, I heard it again, and found myself drawn to the statue of a Roman woman wearing a stola. Her face was contorted with anguish and fear, and, disturbingly, it was as if she was looking right at me. As I walked past her, I heard that strained whisper again, and turning back, I discovered that, even though I had moved, she was still looking right into my soul. That was when it dawned on me. This was no statue. This was a woman trapped within that golden prison. Naturally, I told the others, but when I could not reproduce the results of my experiment, they would not believe me. But from that moment on, I knew the full horror of this place. Immobilized within these statues are living human beings. It was that day, my love, that my heart broke. You're not supposed to be here. My beloved Galatea, after I learned the terrible truth about the golden statues, I wandered the city as if in a nightmare. What must life be like for these poor souls, entombed in gold, but kept alive somehow? Trapped in their own personal Tartarus, consigned to eternal torment, too horrific for any sane mind to comprehend. I tried to offer them what small mercies I could. I began to talk to them, to keep them company. I'd imagine backstories for them, give them names, and tell them of the world, of the histories and stories I'd learned as a child. As the others became more concerned by my charity, I sought solitude from them, preferring the company of my tormented charges. Discovering a way into the abandoned palace, I I began to spend my days walking its halls and sharing with its occupants ancient tales, my mind turning to those of Apollo and Daphne, Perseus and Medusa, and Pygmalion and Galatea. Pygmalion, the sculptor who fell in love with a beautiful statue, and who, praying to Aphrodite for aid, discovered that his beloved Galatea had come to life. It was then that I heard you whisper to me, Galatea. Forgive me. I know that is not your real name, just one I have borrowed from a story. But when I turned to look at you, I saw the most exquisitely beautiful woman I have ever known. Your face, forever frozen in a look of haunting sadness. Our meeting gave me new purpose, to free you from your golden prison, so that I might one day hear you speak, not just whisper, but speak to me. So I gathered tools for the long and difficult task ahead, barred the doors to this place, and set to work.
Help us.
Please. Make it stop.
Help us.
I just want to die.
Make it stop. Make it stop. The pain. The pain.
Kill me. Kill me.
My beloved Galatea, my attempts at freeing these souls from their golden prisons have not been going to plan. My first charge was a Greek woman who I called Iodame after the Athenian turned to stone by Medusa. Drilling through the gold that encased her, I was vindicated by the discovery that beneath half an inch of gold, which is so rigid it must be some kind of alloy, was living flesh. Unfortunately, this golden alloy seems to have fused with her skin, so removing it exposed the sinew and muscle beneath and appeared to cause her great pain. At first, I braced myself, expecting that inflicting such pain would break the golden rule, and yet, somehow, it did not. It seems whichever god is responsible for imprisoning these poor souls does not care about their suffering at all. They are forsaken. Undeterred, I pressed on, working late into the night, attempting to remove the golden layer. That encased her as delicately as I could. Eventually, I was able to free most of her body, but when I released her from her restraints, her first act was to lunge for my throat, clawing with all her strength and those sharp metal talons. This was my thanks for trying to save her. Whatever possessed Iodame to attack, she was clearly not a suitable subject for my experiment, and I was forced to lock her inside an isolated wing of the palace and bar the door. As I continued working on others, I could hear her flailing and launching herself at the other side endlessly. Regrettably, my other experiments bore similar results, and after relocating a few times, most of the palace is now too dangerous to work in. Still, as much as my heart aches to know that you're suffering, I cannot risk attempting to ungild you yet. Not until I have perfected a method that will bring you back to me, whole in both mind and body, and ensuring your humanity is preserved. I promise you this. One day we will be together, even if I have to free every last statue in this god's forsaken place. And you must be the wretched snake who broke into my palace and disturbed my experiments. And worst of all, look at what you made me do to her. This never would have happened if you just stayed away. You're going to pay for that. And do you think I care about that? I don't care what happens to me, as long as you get what you deserve. Liar! I locked and barred the gate. I left a message warning you all to leave me. And now look at her. All I wanted was to spend... But as soon as I began my work, she stopped. What's so... What do you mean, the same voice? Yes. I remember when they used to whisper to me. They did sound similar, but now that I think about it, they were all benevolent and seemed to share a common knowledge. But if these bodies are mere conduits for that one voice, then... Wait, you're trying to steal her away from me. You... Liar! Give me one good... What? Wait. So I did all this. I ruined her. What have I done? It's the air. Coming into contact with her. But the only way to fix... At least that way she... It's too late. There's nothing you can do. What? Really? I'm not sure I... But if you're lying to me... You did it. You took away her pain. I'll stay here to keep her I fear the only one capable of releasing them properly. In any case, the treatment for rheumatism is willow bark. I believe there's a pot of it already in the Shrine of Apollo. Now, please leave. The door here leads out onto the palace balcony. You should be able to go and never return.
May Apollo keep you safe. You made it into the... Willowback, I should have known. I have some right here. Could you do me a favor and give him some... Thank you. That's a
Salve.
Ixion turns.
Keep an eye out for
Fortune
Sentinel,
smile
would
on
you?
you, brother.
I have not.
Ah, it's you again. Now. All right.
Oh, hello there, Pat. You see, my plan was to give you a little fright, but when I opened... Partner? Yeah, well...
Don't you just love springtime?
What is it, citizen? I'm a legionary of the First Italica. I act as the magistrate's right-hand man, keeping an eye on his daughters. Daughter, I should say. And the others. I also keep a register of new arrivals. I'm from Liguria, up north originally. I was doing all right for myself. 12 years into my service. Had a nice girl lined up for when it was all over. My commander sent me to deliver a message. That's when the crowd started. Then blacked out and woke up. Ah, don't be. That said, he's one of the better commanders I've ever had. That's for sure. Treat your inferior as you would wish your superior to treat. Can't ask for much. I went around asking the same questions when I first arrived. Never did find a way out. To bear trials with a calm mind robs misfortune of its strength and... I don't see why not. Not sure why you said it like that. Well, as I always say, by threatening to execute, if you knew, because your only chance, it's brutal, of course. What's done is done. I was forced to execute my brothers in arms, as with the Golden Rule. As Seneca the Younger wrote, true happiness is to enjoy the present without anger, but to rest. A war crime, isn't if you like. Not that it's any of you. Unfortunately, see, Domitius has been going around town, shoring up votes for... The man's a savage. But he's a glad... Sentius knows about it. This place will be different with that Slays at the helm. I appreciate the thought. But you're new here, in any case. If you're in... What business? A lot of people have been looking for it. Scintilla was always a kind, well-behaved young woman. If anyone knows something, I'd expect it to be Sentia, Malleolus, Claudia, or Domitius. You might fare better though, I suppose. If you're grasping at straw...
Handsome. Oh, do us all a favour.
On your best behavior, I trust? Galerius?
Horatius? Looking a bit troubled there.
Still no sign of Scintilla. And I haven't slept right in 3 weeks.
Don't be too hard on yourself. From what I hear, nobody's... Anyway, I thought you Stoics weren't supposed to worry about things you can't control.
Yeah, but I keep thinking, what if there is something I can do? What if she's out there somewhere suffering, waiting to be found?
Sounds like you're torturing yourself. Leave that for the gods. Try to relax. Get some rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
I suppose you're right. Galerius?
You,
Horatius?
Tantalus,
Looking a
cannot
bit
catch
troubled
the
there.
drops of water, and the tree you grasp eludes you.
Don't be too hard on yourself. From what I hear, nobody saw it coming. Anyway, I thought you Stoics weren't supposed to worry about things you can't control.
Yeah, but I keep thinking, what if there is something I can do? What if she's out there somewhere suffering, waiting to be found?
Sounds like you're torturing yourself. Leave that for the gods. Try to relax. Get some rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
I suppose you're right.
You, Tantalus, cannot catch the drops of water, and the tree you grasp just as the oath, but it... Say it. Then it... I thought I had to tell myself it was... I must apologize if my words... He gives such an uncanny description. I will... There is a downward path, gloomy with fatal yew. The sluggish Styx exhales vapor. The wide, thorny waste is cold and pallid. As the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, so there the bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone. Others follow their trades. I hope I have done it justice, and now we share a secret. It... Friend, you have...
hereby announce a day of a day of celebration. I hereby announce a day of celebration to mark the end of an era. Yes. Yes. Ooh, very good.
Did you just leap into my villa from the balcony 100 feet above? That was either extremely reckless or impressively clever. Well, why have... My name is Marcus Malleolus. You mean and I'm hardly... I like to think it is... Unlikely. I'm Malleolus, and if it wasn't for this interruption, I'd be practicing my victories. I'm glad you are. These good... By declaring there's no such thing as the... Wait. Nonsense. There's no... What? Oh. Surely you're not one of those people who believe... I disagree. True? I'm afraid... You mean the children's fable exploited by Sentius to scare us all into... Of course not. But as I always say... Look, if you're trying to find her, you may wish to check the cisterns beneath this villa. Of course, just to be clear... Look, if I had a Roman plaque in my possession... Why? You've...
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to have been elected. I like. Unlike. You are. I'm. The person. I did. True. Look, of course, just to be clear. Look, if I had a. I trust you through the door this time. There's a. You again. I trust you through the door. All right, now you've crossed a line. Get out of there. Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to have been elected your magistrate. Magistrate, yes. Yes, thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to be elected your magistrate. And now... I make this solemn promise to you, good citizens. And now, I make this solemn promise to you, good citizens. Under my leadership, you will finally enjoy the freedom you deserve. And, yes, no more shall you walk on extension,
What now? Listen, I don't know. You don't know. Are they?
Oh, I wish I'm Sentia. What are you doing?
We're finally alone. We have? Wait, if I understand correctly, someone is about to break the... I must have entrusted you with figuring... Is that about right? Ah, look, it's unfortunate. Now, I... Ask the... Good. Now, Sextus Sentius Imperi... Before I wound up here, it's a cavalry officer. As magistrate, I usually wear a toga, but today I may need to survive long enough to create the portal for you. So, my men and I were at the Now the port is usually bustling. They were trying to escape a terrible fight. The next thing I knew, I went looking for my horse and discovered that, look, I was elected 7 months ago, uncontested. They're supposed to be annual, but unfortunately it... Very well. If I've always considered our survival and give the gods what they want and...
Citizens, we have a quorate body of voters gathered here to elect the city's magistrate. The candidates are Sextus Sentius Imperiosus and Marcus Malleolus Gurges. As agreed, we shall dispense with ballots and candidates will abstain from voting. Let's make this quick. As I say your name, call your vote. I'll start with you, Horatius.
Sentius, of course.
Georgius.
Malleolus.
Dacius.
Malleolus.
Galerius.
I abstain. I'm just here to observe.
Virgil.
Malleolus.
Rufius.
Malleolus.
And finally, Domitius.
Malleolus. Who else?
Citizens, you have made your decision. Your new magistrate is Marcus Malleolus Gurges.
Hail, Magistrate Malleolus. I said, hail, Magistrate Malleolus. That's more like it.
Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to have been elected your magistrate. And now, I make this solemn promise to you, good citizens. Under my leadership, you will finally enjoy the freedom you deserve. No more shall you walk on eggshells, fearing simply to live and breathe, because the tyrant Sentius told you it was forbidden. For my first act as magistrate, I hereby announce a day of celebration to mark the end of an era. The myth of the Golden Rule is no more.
The Golden Rule is real, you idiot.
For his attempt to deceive us all, Sentius is hereby found guilty of treason against the Empire.
What? I have committed no crimes. This is madness.
His sentence: to fight for his life in gladiatorial combat against Domitius. Here and now for your entertainment.
You have no idea what you're doing. You're going to get us all killed.
Wait, I exercise my right as a Vestal priestess to pardon him. I will not allow you to do this.
You're...
showing your true colors now, priestess. Your corruption sickens me. Domitius, ignore her. Proceed.
This is insanity. You'll doom us all.
Lies! It is time the Golden Rule was exposed for what it is. A children's fable, exploited by a treacherous leader to instill fear in all of us.
This is why he's in his gladiator gear. They've been planning this all along.
Shut up, all of you. The magistrate has spoken. I'm going to enjoy killing you, old man.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Salve for... Yulia? Oh no. All right, I can do that. I'll go, but once I'm done...
You, Tantalus, cannot catch the drops of water, and the tree you grasp. I will try to help you.
What? Quick, give it here. I'm just going to help her swallow
Name's Rufius. What business? Willow Bar. Finally, some... I've been... It was too much. I owe you. No, all right. I think I have seen that plaque. Sorry, I lied. Can't be too careful these days. Head into the caves behind the theater. Turn right, then right again. Oh, and here. You'll need this. You didn't get... No idea. It's the rheumatism. I know, that's... I'll leave him alone from now on. I'm going to go and...
Ah, and you... I hear we... You went snooping in it. Have you... Really? Poor... Really? Nice to talk to you.
Salve again, friend. How is it? You're a bit Sisyphus. Sisyphus was a Greek. He was forced to push, forcing him to... Actually, Tantalus was made to grasp at fruit on a tree he could never quite reach. Oh, and Ixion was strapped to a... Anyway, I don't know which god you managed... So, I'll tell you what. Oh, now, I'm going to keep your secret. Oh, and if our conversations ever start to annoy you, just tell me you're busy. Salve again, my... No. All right.
Keep an eye out for Scintilla, would you? What is it, citizen? All right?
Hey, Horatius. How's it feel knowing your man's doomed to lose the election today?
If you're trying to goad me into an argument, it won't work.
Oh, don't mind me. I just live here. Ugh, I wish Horatius... I'm sent... What are you... Ugh. Well, that's just a stupid rumor. I don't... That doesn't surprise me. He's upset, of course, but he said... Why? Because I'm on this... I hope you're not insinuating... If you must know, I couldn't bear... We went in... Oh, you should probably take a look through her room. It's the one just by the front door. Thank you. Oh, don't mind me. What have you discovered? What? Really? I swear, But it's odd. It was only a few months ago that Centilla's friend Yulia let slip she was planning an escape of her own. And yet, you should go and speak with her. Find out if she knows anything. She lives in the villa next door.
I make this solemn promise to you, good citizens. Under my leadership, you will finally enjoy the freedom you deserve.
You're not supposed to be in here. Talk.
The dainty little thing from next door. Of course not.
Well, Domitius! Do I need to call Domitius?
Keep an eye out for Centilla, would you?
Feeling all right? That's...
Sorry, was there something? No. I did hear, but I'd been locked in Malleolus's villa for months. You mean my life story? Our father found good husbands for my sisters. It was a good life we must have had, but they fell on deaf ears. My employer told me to. I remember diving in. Thank you. If that's...
A golden bow, just like Apollo and Diana's. Feeling all right? That's
a new face. Oh. Oh my. Let's see. We don't have much to... Hercules, sis, and so... May 4th. Vague. I don't, I'm afraid. I'm quite sure we are, but here I find. Would you like? Wonderful. They go from door to door until finally they come to the little cottage. They invite these strangers. They begin gulping down, and then she notices something. Says to her husband, Philemon, and the vagrants metamorphosized. They confide they didn't mind the meager offer. You have passed our test, so old Baucis and Philemon escape. Meanwhile, Jupiter carried... Some say the moral of that story, but I like to think it's that we should... I'm pleased to hear it. See you again.
Help! You have... Thank you. I have... What?
Stop right there. I'm looking for... Thank you.
Ave again. Did you find what you need? Certainly. As I mentioned, both the It is. If true. Can you tell me? That is strange. There are no rivers here. Well, as far as I can tell, water flows. If that's the
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Oh. Yulia. Poor Virgil. All right, let me see. I'll go.
Keep an eye out for Scintilla, would you?
Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to have been elected your magistrate.
You're not supposed to be. Talk. My marriage. I think better. I have quite enough marriage trouble already. Perhaps you're not as silly as... You know, some time ago, when he still cared... Now, addressing one's wife by the wrong name is not unheard of among... I confronted him about... I let it go, but... Oh, aren't you charming? It seems our interests are aligned. But first, I want you to bring... Oh, don't look at me like that. I know this must be hard for you to wrap your... Let me tell you something about... After all I've done for him, he said it was for my own good. And tonight, at his victory party, I'm going to get good and merry. And if he tries to discipline me again, I am... You mean... Because there's barely any left. So... Thank you. Now, perhaps you can tell me who Quinctius really is. What? He's... Oh no. That's... Give me that immediately. What? No. It was a lie of a mission. I curse you. I curse your life and mind and memory. This is outrageous.
Domitius doesn't usually let anyone in here without a hefty... My name is and I like to Well, that's quite... I trust... You again. Why would I... So... Oh... Fine. I'll have Domitius notify the priestess of my withdrawal and release those two from debt bondage. There. You got what you wanted. Now... Domitius, are you listening?
Yes, sir.
I've made a decision to release Julia and Ulpius and withdraw from the election. I want you to go and inform Equitia.
Sir? Are you under duress, sir?
I just had a change of heart.
But you were on track to be magistrate, sir. All that work, all that money, wasted.
Those are my orders. Carry them out.
As you wish, sir. Priestess, Malleolus has decided to withdraw from the election.
Oh, well, that's surprising, but thank you for telling me. I'll let everyone know. That is all.
Fear is proof of a degenerate.
Oh, you're here. And, there's a... What was that? Let's just... Not for a few weeks. I remember because they kept looking. The one word I kept hearing was... Certainly. For tending. Have you met Livia? Now. Whatever. All right.
Salve, friend. I'm Octavia. Welcome to life under the All right, well...
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no. No. No, 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 no. Orpheus, what are you doing? Get back from there. If you lose your balance, you'll fall.
That's the idea.
What? Why? Why would you want that?
Why do you think I'm stuck?
I know, think. Please just think.
I'm sorry, but I...
Please, Ulpia, help him. If he goes through with it... Thank you.
It's too late for that. If I backed up... what? We're free. I just wish there was some... Scintilla and I were in love. All right. One night, I wasn't allowed out. So once... And that's when I saw her. I just sat there on the roof. And then she looked up and from the moment she asked my name with this... And so for weeks on end, we'd hold hands and then one morning I woke up and all I could do was keep my head down and try to hide how beside myself I was. Scintilla was the one thing that made my life bearable. But with her gone, things unraveled quickly. All I know is she'd never have taken her own life. I can't prove it, but I just know she's still alive somehow. Somebody abducted her. My guess? Malleolus. I have no idea where he'd be keeping her, but there is one. I've never seen the inside of it, and I haven't been able to steal a key without breaking. But I have a feeling that if you could... Oh, I see. I'll go and take care of things with Malleolus and tell Yulia the good news. Thanks again, friend.
Salve, friend. What you did was extraordinary, and here in this place, the magistrate has me earning my... I used to live in a lovely villa, but long hours... Oh, much the same way as men. We were among the fortunate ones with enough... A scuffle broke out, and I woke up... Oh, that's all right. If you like. I'm afraid not. Although I don't put... If that does... Oh, I see. I'd like to think that it's on the other hand, and that's where I... You don't think that's... innocent men and women? Please keep that... There was a terrible fire in... Oh, thank you. Even if I had seen it. Here in... But... If you like. Ah. Lovely to see you again. Ah.
Be careful who you trust.
Hello?
Greetings and salutations. Greeting. My friend, your words...
For the last time, they
I knew this. Please, let us leave the light.
You know why.
Very well. For several months now, I have been sneaking out at night to... Each day, I leave offerings of... The offering it... So I asked. Stranger still. Once I sat in front of my shop like the... Nothing! Nobody entered. When I told my friend Kabash of this at the tavern. It is the only Greek temple in the city. Head towards the baths, and it is the last building on... I do not think you... But you do not strike...
A new face. Ave and... Well, Malia, why do you... Oh, what a good idea. All of the male citizens who are willing and able... There are some women who can vote. Vestal... I can't... But if it's any consolation... Certain. See you again.
Come and join me by the fire. Welcome. It's a sincere... Tell me. Ah, Kabash, I will tell you everything I know, but first, the one thing I long for about... Let us find out with this simple question. Have you deduced the name of the god? Excellent. I see you are indeed. Now, will you... Wonderful. Would you say you... You are an overthinker too. But if you struggle with right and wrong normally, then down here... Well, that's reassuring. You see, out there in the world, being uncertain. So we would tell lies and bend rules and turn a blind eye and rationalize, and yet still find a way to think of ourselves as good people. But under the golden rule, so to navigate this maze, we would have... That is an excellent question. So let me ask you this. Is there one system of morality which is always perfectly correct? How can that be? Since they all have differences, if there is a correct... Are you sure? Or is it possible? So is it up to each of us to decide what right and wrong mean to us? So if a man feels that stoning to death is unfaithful, I agree. And that's Credit to you. It is the mark of a civilized person. My point is this. I don't think anyone alive truly knows. If there is one thing I have observed about rules, it is that virtuous people do not need them, and evil people will always find a way around. And so we must accept our limitations, and the sad truth that no human society will ever... In mathematics, we would call it an asymptote, because the only way to create a utopia is with the... This and no other is the root from which a type and life under tyranny. I'm glad. In any case, you mean how did I end? I was a quarrelsome young man. At 19, back then I used to enjoy verbally. It became heated. He drew a gladiator. I woke up on the banks of the Styx at a campfire opposite Karen. I settled in, made friends, and learned what I could, quickly realizing our little community faced certain death. So I began looking for a place to hide underground. Fortunately, I returned to my friends above, persuaded them to join me, and 12 of us descended for the last time. They are one and the same. My generation was wiped out, turned to gold, many years ago. I think it's safest to assume that if I was to... I fear that if you were to utter my name in the city, even by mistake, I'm afraid I am the... Some for malnutrition. It has been lonely. Living in darkness is not without it. And sometimes, when there are Greek people living up above, I surface at night and salvage the offerings they've... The greater challenge is the isolation. Like so many things. As you would. Ha! Did we not discuss... You seek the... It is a cursed object. I will tell you, but you may find him hostile. Very few know this, but before the Romans came to this city, it was... When the Romans came, in typical fashion, they claimed it. Thus, the shrine of Persephone became the shrine of Proserpina. And when they found an obelisk bearing the name Hades, they tore it off and the city's dwindling Greek residents, witnessing this compulsive Roman conquest, they gathered their art and valuables, secreted them away. However, there was one thing that an even older plaque bearing an Egypt. We had no idea. As a result of their deaths, we began to decay. We extended the tunnel so far that suddenly it made sense why there was an out-of-place Egyptian. You see, we proud Greeks had thought but it turns out, I think it is best you head through the catacomb. There are certain... Take this key. I enjoyed our chat. Ah, you've returned.
Stop! Do not come any... I am Kaba... And let me... To what end? That is... I was planning to return it Here, take it. Now... Indeed, I stumbled across a collection of dusty curiosities while searching for a place to hide from the hungry children of Amit, and there it was. You may not. In fact, I am about, because it speaks a treasure. I will tell you, but indeed, and I see what has become of it. I have been down here for weeks, piecing together as Egypt declined and the Greeks had their turn to when they found the obelisk bearing the name Osiris, the true god of the underworld. They, even the ferryman of the dead, known to my people long before as Kerti, as if that desecration was not enough. They built my only solace is that the Greeks. It is inscribed with a script I do not recognize, but it is ancient, almost as if it is older than the plaque bearing Osiris. It would imply, and that's my people. I sense a deception. You will never. This work of sacrifice. You are too late. It is done. You would plunge into the depths of the Duat with no... If it will help... I am from Rakotis, which you may know as Alexandria, the name of the city the Greeks built. Since the Romans had taken over from the Greeks, I took the upper... When the fires broke out last year, I tried on my 7th trip. I told him his brother would have to save himself, and he tried to bribe me by placing a coin into my hand. I awoke on the banks of the river. It did not dawn on me. This is where I think if someone is to do to the do. As for the punishment that will come from it, I do not know. All I know is everyone good. Wait. You would plunge. We shall see. When I told you that you would not find a way back up, that was not a prediction. That was a promise. You will die here. I disagree. I warned you. You have undermined. Very well, I will listen. But if I sense deception, or if you further insult my gods, why should I let you? That may be true of many things, but this is different. Does that not mean our prayers to our gods all fell on deaf ears? Now that I think about it, my people, but the underworld of my people is so different to this one. And many of my ancestors endured great hardship to live good lives so that we may descend to the Duat in death. We prepared to have our hearts weighed on Anubis' scales, and yet I arrive here to find the Book of the Dead contained. Did our priests steal and embellish the stories of an older people? I am not sure I follow. Perhaps. Very well. I will remain here for... You again. What is... Of course.
Ah, you've returned. Good to see you again. I enjoy...
Citizen. Name's Rufius. Galerius. Fine. See you around.
Oi! How did you get in there, you cheat? What now? Listen, whatever.
Are they? We're finally alone. Is that... Seems... You mean dueling? Perhaps you're not aware. Look, I can see where you're going with this. You think it was not so long ago, during the Republic. The law... Here, we see to it that he... A privilege that would be taken... The man has no self... I will not jeopardize... Of course. Well, if you stopped one, allow me to explain. When I did, the crux of it is this. If you do anything to change the course of history in such a way that your very being here is impossible, you will have created a paradox. To illustrate, when the Golden Rule is broken, I will open the doorway that will bring you here to prevent it from being broken. If you manage to succeed in saving our lives, then I will have no reason to open the doorway, and you will never have come here. A paradox. You see? The same thing would happen if you, say, inadvertently, allowed me to die. If either of those things were to happen, I am given to understand you would be flung back to your original time, having changed. So the fact that you are still here means someone is going to break. Excellent. It looks like you'll have to Of course. Yes? Why then did you say, it looks like you'll... Thank you.
Keep an eye out for Scintilla, would you? What is it, sir? What business? A lot of people have been... No, but I learned long ago, but I don't... Scintilla, you might... Not that it's any of your... Alright.
Oh, I wish Horatius... Oh. What? Really? But you should...
Keep an eye out for Scintilla, would you?
Truly, my imagination runs wild. Should I stop my... Very well. Now... Galerius. But of course... I hope that...
Wonder how much one of these statues is worth on the outside. Hello there, friend. Are you well? Sentius, I suppose. Yeah? Certainly. Pleasure doing business. Can I... Very well.
Oh, shiny. Salve and well. All right.
Whatever's in that great temple up there on the bluff, I bet it's worth a fortune.
Isn't the great temple majestic? Ave again. It must be completed by dusk, just the same as any other. It'll be between Why do you... As I said, I'm... Well, I wouldn't describe him... Very well.
Citizens, it is time. Let us meet to elect our magistrate. Citizens, we have a quorate body of voters gathered here to elect the city's magistrate. The candidates are Sextus Sentius Imperiosus and late nominee Gallus Galerius Helver. Marcus Malleolus Gurges withdrew his candidacy earlier today. As agreed, we shall dispense with ballots and candidates will abstain from voting. Let's make this quick. As I say your name, call your vote. I'll start with you, Horatius.
Sentius, of course.
Georgius.
Galerius. He saved the life of my dear friend Fabia.
Dacius.
Galerius.
Virgil.
The man who put a stop to the threats I've been receiving. Galerius.
Ulpius.
Galerius, the man who saved my life.
Rufius.
The man who treated my rheumatism. Galerius.
Citizens, you have made your decision. Your new magistrate is Gallus Galerius Helver.
What?
It has been decided. Magistrate Galerius, would you like to make a brief address?
I just want to say, this isn't something I ever wanted. Now that you've put your trust in me, I'm going to do everything I can not to let you down. I'll need some time to put together a list of the changes I want to make around here. But I promise you, there will be changes. My first order is that Dooley is to be freed. Horatius, release him from his cell immediately. Please. Wait, do I need to say please? I suppose not. That's it. You can all get on with your day. Nothing else to see here. Move along.
Glad Galerius won. He deserved it.
Fortune smiles on you today, Julius. Magistrate Galerius here has ordered your release.
You're going to let me out of here?
I'm sorry it took so long, my friend. And it wouldn't have happened at all if it wasn't for a newcomer. So be sure to offer your thanks when you can.
I will. I will. Thank you, Galerius. I'm so happy.
I'd love to stay and chat, but I've got a lot of work ahead of me.
Isn't
Why don't you
the
go to the
great
baths,
temple
then tell
majestic?
Georges I said you could have some new clothes. Then I want you to go home and rest. I'll speak with you soon, Dooley.
Hello? I'm the... Oh, thank you. You can have my shiny plaque if you want. My friend Hannibal used it, but before that, he gave me a key to the... Please help me find it. Oh, thank you. I hope you find it. In the cisterns. Oh, look over there. Maybe it is treasure. I could see it from my cell. So pretty. And it's just lying out here in the open. Maybe nobody wants it anymore. Maybe no one will mind if I just take it.
Don't you dare.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Run! Which one of you idiots did
Salve, friend. Mind telling... Oh. Yulia. Poor bird. All right, let me see. What? Are you... I'll go.
you? Thank Juno you're here. I'm Scintilla. I found a way out through the Gate of Horn, but it's locked. So I told him about it, and instead of helping me escape, he locked me up. He wants to keep us all here forever, or until we're turned to gold. He's a monster. You have to let me go so we can kill him and take his key. Sentius, my adoptive father. Furies help me. I'll castrate and crucify him. I don't know. He said the gods are on his side because they don't want us. Behind me, there's an aqueduct tunnel bringing water from outside the city, so it should lead us outside. The only problem is it's barred by a heavy locked gate. I'm going to take that key. I'm done caring about the golden rule. I just want out. Help me. There won't be enough time. There's no time. Wait, did you hear? What? No. It's no use. You'll make... You're back. There's no time. What? It's no... You're made...
Kill me. Let me die.
I have a message from Malleolus.
Yeah? Who's it from?
The Emperor. He knows Malleolus's real name is Quinctius, thanks to Claudia, and demands he withdraw from the election and release Ulpius and Iulia immediately.
Are you out of your mind, farm boy?
Domitius, that's enough.
What? You're not going to listen to this dolt, are you?
Galerius, all right, I'll withdraw, and Ulpius and Julia are free. I trust our business is concluded?
Yes, that ought to do it. I guess I'll go and tell Ulpius the good news then.
All weapons are to be tossed into the chasm.
Oh, another one fresh out of the baths, I take it. Oh, you... Yes.
We're finally alone. I must... Is that... Seems... me? You know, you... Al Worth. The fellow who came through the portal bill. Come now. Sure. You see, my connection to the portal somehow preserves my memories from one moment to the next. Whether that was Proserpina's intention or a happy accident, I'll never know. But I'm surprised you hadn't noticed. Here I was thinking you were a little bit sharper than Al was. Or perhaps he was a moralistic fellow, never once compromised. And because of that fatal flaw, he relived this day many thousands of times before we finally had this conversation. I watched him come through the portal each time, always a little older, a little more disheveled. And when he finally saw the futility of it all, as you're about to, it broke him. He drank a jug of wine, tied a noose around his neck, and took his own life, just before he was shot. The next time I awoke, you showed up, but you've caught up to where he was. I mean, you've 6 times. Most impressive. And yet everything you've done, because there's no escape, except the path that Al took. So, you discovered... Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I have grown attached to all this. My title, And as long as this day keeps repeating itself, I get to enjoy it all, over and over again, for eternity. Don't you see? I have found a way to prolong my life indefinitely, to cheat. And why would I... The only way you're getting this, and if I die, you see, it was my actions that brought you to this point in time. So if you kill me, that means if I die, you'll be flung back to your original time, having... You might want to understand that... I certainly hope not. In fact, I want it to go on and on forever until you... What are you going to do? Beg the gods for help? Now, get up.
Oh, don't mind me. I just... Oh. What? No. Father, is this...
I'm afraid it is. Because she found a way out. And if you're one, all I have to do is commit it. I'm going to kill you now.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Come and give me another.
Salve, friend. Mind? What? That's a bit... I doubt I'll be able...
Salve, friend. I'm Octave. Well, that's good. If you're not... Well, we've all... I used to lay awake... All right.
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh, no. No. No, 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 no. Please, help. I don't know. You're like... Are you really...
If you're trying... Let me get... You're not going to trick me. Like what? You're just saying... You must think I'm an idiot. I'm out. Wherever you are. Scintilla, my love. I'm sorry.
Ulpius, no! Well, I suppose it means... I'll have to let everyone know what... And I'd best pray...
And here you are. Allow me to introduce myself. As you have already gathered, I've been known by many names. Nergal to the Sumerians, Osiris to the Egyptians, Hades to the Greeks, and Pluto to the Romans. But the one constant through it all has been my title, God of the Underworld. And I've been watching you with curiosity, mortal, ever since your arrival. You are unlike the others, aren't you? And what is more, you carry a weapon that was never intended for mortals to wield, and you do it so brazenly. But there will be time for your reckoning later. First, as a reward for undoing the desecration of my orbit. My story is many. It is a matter of perspective. Your ancestors revered me because to them, but despite all that, my kin and I all adopted this form long ago, so that we might better understand. In time, we grew fond of the sensory delights. No. Long ago, I swore to Persephone that I would remain in this form for as long as we... This is like me. She has been known by many names. Ereshkigal to the Sumerians, Isis to the Egyptians, Persephone to the Greeks, and Proserpina to the Romans. Or perhaps you might know her as the goddess of springtime, the cycle of... Your gaze lingers too long. That is my servant. You would have met by the river, though she wears many... Kumutubal to the Sumerians, Kirti to the Egyptians, Charon to the Greeks, and Charon to the Romans. Her role is to ferry. For that, she earned... You will talk more later. For now, ask your questions. As you wish. It has come to be known... That is a long story. You see, long ago, my kin and I set out from our home. We discovered your planet, and witnessed you all but destroyed. Yet Proserpina saw raw potential in you, and persuaded the rest of us it would be squandered. So we revealed ourselves to your people in a place called Sumer. We offered guidance in agriculture. For a time, you flourished, but soon you were too... We had sown the seeds of dependency and confusion, and soon you returned to your old ways of violence. My kin had seen enough, and gave up on your kind. We began preparations to return, but my Proserpina could not bear to abandon your kind without... She made an extraordinary sacrifice. And so she began her innocence. Horrified, I acted swiftly. I placed her in suspended animation in a deep frozen sleep to prevent age and sickness from clinging. And then I pleaded with Proserpina's father, who the Romans called Jupiter, to bring her with us to Elysium. It was and is my hope that once there, but he refused. I did everything I could to persuade him, but he would not relent. Humans were unworthy of ascension to Elysium, but seeing that I was aggrieved, if even one human city could prove itself capable of living without, then Proserpina and all of humanity would be permitted to join. My part would be to remain behind, the last of my kind, to watch over you without interfering, and to sit inside. And so my reward has been to languish here, enduring a 3,000-year winter, so that I might take her with me to Elysium and unthaw my goddess of springtime. There were also gods who... And of course, as the first wave of your kind arrived from Sumer, I had them build the entrance as a vertical shaft leading to baths to cleanse them of the sins of their former lives. I watched wave after wave of Sumerians, of course, believing themselves to be the superior civil. After another 1,000 years, the Greeks, they built upon the underworlds of their predecessors, renamed their gods, and ensured their foundations were forgotten. To ensure the wage... To this end, I had my servant distribute 1,000 tokens fashioned from silver. Whoever died while in possession of one of them would be located. As the tokens were discovered, they were traded, smelted, and fashioned into... Later, when they spread to Greece, some placed coins in the mouths of their dead. In fact, almost all of the tokens are accounted for. Only 2 remain. And so after this wave destroys itself, as it is destined to do, your kind will have squandered the last of its potential to... It is a regrettable story. To be rid of him, I returned him to his people. But the erasure did not take. His tales were committed to writing, which came to be known as the Epic of Gilgamesh. And his words were... Later, the Egyptians would adapt. Their Book of the Dead and Book of Gates bore less and less resemblance to this place in their priests' pursuit of profit. Then, when the Greeks began to arrive, they proved far more cunning. A warrior named Heracles, 2 kings named Sisyphus and Theseus, a poet named Orpheus, and a Trojan named... They each told him and so from Sumer to Egypt, Greece to Rome. Of course. That is merely the name That is a story dating back to the very first one. Now, this man was unmarried, and many women were... Of all the women, 2 were particularly ambitious. Their hair woven in elaborate fashion, draped herself in jewelry, ornate neck. Seeing this ostentatious display, she prayed aloud to any gods that would listen to cover her in gold. While the others indulged at the banquet, she checked that nobody was watching and pushed her rival from the top of the ziggurat but I was watching. And I took the golden bow left behind by Diana, and I shot that woman in the heart, covering her, and I left her to stand there. But that was not enough for the entire city, so I had no choice but to wipe the slate clean. I gilded them all, and to this day, each of them, and all who came after, suspended in time with only their sight and hearing preserved. So I give your kind a second chance at life, as well as ample warning about my law. And when you disobey, and so you ask, if I am, you destroy yourselves. I am merely the means by which you do it. When my kin departed, they left behind many relics. The golden bow originally belonged to one of my kin. As my collection of golden statues grew, I chose the most ferocious among them, and equipped and tasked them with hunting down the forsaken. I've always considered that the cornerstone of morality is the ability to determine right from wrong on one's own. No attempt to lay out rules like your code. This should come as no surprise to you, since the Egyptians made a rudimentary attempt with do to the doer to make him do. The Greeks refined it with avoid doing what you would blame others for doing. The Roman Stoics added, treat your inferior as you would wish your superior to treat you. Even the so-called cultists hiding among you often say, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. It is the simplest of concepts, and each one of you is born with the faculties required to apply it to any situation. Yet none of the peoples who expressed this rule were able to uphold it. Curious, is it not? Enough. I'm able to... If she was still conscious, I suppose she could, but she... Then what an... Do you plan to speak in... The midwife and the palace. The rule is do unto others, meaning other people. Those statues are something. They are for sin. Applying this rule always requires us to interpret the meaning of the words. A literal interpretation helps to minimize the ambiguities of your primitive language. Supposing you're right, then my law's been broken. Now tell me. Abduction. He did so because she sought to escape. Better that he stops her from escaping, albeit supposing you're right. Now, do you on? I should strike you down for Now, did you have... Very good. Only it has long been within my power to see into the... When I peer into you, I see only a blank slate, as if you did not exist until you appeared in this city. How is this possible? Charon, where did you find this one?
I do not remember ferrying you. How did you come here? If that is true, then I sense the intervention of someone powerful.
How did you come to be in this time, mortal? Who brought you here?
He cannot know.
I do not know. My kin departed long ago, and tread lightly. Enough of this. Why have you come here? If you anger me or waste my time with lies or wrong-headed arguments, you... So, tell me. How so? And be specific. You have made a group. His cruelty does... True. He is a volatile and pathetic.
He cannot know.
You have no idea. That is a very... These people were all dead when my servant... Then you still have the option to end your life should you wish. Accordingly, I... Every one of those people was guilty of... They failed collectively, and so they were punished collectively. Ah, but I'm a god, and you are a mortal. Why would you expect me to treat you as I treat my own kind? You are not a peer. You are not a respected equal. Let me ask you this. Do you treat insects as you wish to be treated? Do you care for their well-being as you would your fellow man? Do you ensure they have food and shelter and protection from predators? Of course not, because that would be absurd, just as it would... My love for her does not mean I am not superior. Where to begin? In which time we... It would be most because that is the source of our... My kin have no superior. Make your point. Let me ponder. If you are right, then it would follow that all the... How can I accept your argument, when doing so would make me a tyrant? Wait, what? You have spoken eloquently, and yet, if what you say is true, it follows that my wager... But that would mean Jupiter, Proserpina's father, who knew more about you than anyone, proposed a wager I could... A mistake? You're as difficult as... I've been so fixated on taking my... In time, I began to despise your kind for making her believe that you could ever be... But my rage was not born of malice. Who knew this empathy of yours? This has gone on too long. But know this. If I abandon the wager and leave for Elysium, neither she nor your kind may ever ascend. I will have Charon make arrangements to ferry the others. Once this exodus begins, the events that brought you, what will become of you is now. Farewell.
Oh. Hi there. Gave me a bit of a fright. Thought I was in here alone. I'm Al. Well, here I am. Oh, did that lady in the forest send you in here after me? I guess I lost track of time, learning about the history of this. I'm fairly certain you and I are... Fortunately for us, the last person in here was a Roman man named Galerius, who inscribed an account into... Apparently there was a community of 20-something people trapped in here. They believed that if even one person sinned, then, one day, just as Galerius had finished praying for a good, an oracle appeared and told him how, and so on. Meanwhile, the oracle walked up to the temple of the mysterious god, this one right here, and the doors just opened up to him. Nobody knows what went on in there, but Galerius wrote the oracle must have been more, because the next thing he knew, the ground shook, and the voice of that god... Unfortunately, Galerius' account just sort of stopped. What became of him, and the other people who lived here? What happened to all the golden statues? And did this mysterious oracle single-handedly undo the curse that had terrorized people for hundreds of years? Anyway, I think I found a way out through the aqueduct that brought... I'm gonna pause here for a moment and make sure nobody else is... You go on ahead.
You're back! But you're alone. Does that mean you didn't... Oh, what... Why don't you tell me what you...
Ah, I see. I thought you might. Well, now you know. I suppose you have questions. You can just call me Charon, if you like. I do not enjoy deceiving people. That most people find comfort in familiarity. That you died, of course. You were dead when I brought you here. My role, as the servant of the god of the underworld, has always been to assist. Usually, most souls would rather not remember. Ask yourself, as you wish. You were exploring an old tomb when you discovered a cache of forgotten relics, including 2 silver coins of ancient origin. Unfortunately, as a nearby hiker saw the scuffle break out, and you both fought bravely, but there was nothing you or your ally could have done. He died instantly at the scene. That man's name was Al Worth. You were each in possession of a sacred coin, called Charon's Obol. It means I am now bereft of purpose. There is nobody else to ferry here. Nobody to keep you company. After perhaps you have heard well, those stories contained a seed of truth. A long time ago, my orders were simple. It means there is nobody else. I see no point in keeping you here. But I have to ask one thing. That you keep this to yourself.
Look! Here comes Al now. Al! It's so good to see you. You were gone so long I thought I'd never see you again.
Kinda lost track of time in there. You wouldn't believe what we found. The ruins of a long-forgotten city. And there was a tablet describing an oracle who...
Sounds like quite a story. And I look forward to hearing all about it. But you two look exhausted.
Sounds good to me.
And you? Are you ready to go home?
Hey, you made it. It's great to see. I read your book, and what the critics said about it. I guess they weren't ready for your theories after everything you've been through. So after we got back to the real world, I started doing some research. I'm sorry I've been so cryptic. Why don't you head on down there? I'll get...
You're finally here. Remember? It's a crazy story. After you disappeared, even gave us some coins to help us start our lives over. Only, for some reason... Anyway, I know we only ever had that one conversation. I wanted to say thank. Oh, I used Charon's gift to buy a farm in Umbria. Got a villa on it too. It's hard work, but I sleep soundly every night. I know! I can't believe we're planning to get married next spring. Of course, there's a whole museum full of people waiting for a chance to thank you.
Oh, hello.
You're here. It's lovely to finally meet you, So, you're the hero who's... I'm just teasing. Galerius and I are engaged and expecting. We've just bought a lovely villa. It feels like the world has just opened up for us. There's so much. We're just so thankful. Oh, it's sweet of you to ask. She recovered nicely. See you at the wedding.
Hello, I'm Dooley. Galerius said you're very... I live at Galerius and... Treasure? Oh, I forgot about that. Bye-bye.
Hey.
Hi there, I'm Horatio. I understand we have you to thank for giving us a second chance. I'm living up north and studying in the military academy in Modena. I'm going to be an officer one day. The world's changed a lot. But some things still. I have to keep the ones who pioneered our paths. Ah, you remembered that. In the words of Epictetus, remind yourself you're precious. Thanks. He's not my... Oh, he had more trouble adapting than he got himself disqualified from the UFC. Suppose it appealed to people's back, but his luck finally ran out. You're not wrong. And you.
I take it you're the Oracle. Thanks for... Actually, I changed my name to Cynthia. I'm not sure if you heard, but after you... She knew right away what none of us had figured. But he's been dealt with. He's... anything I want. I'm a woman of means in a vast new world. Of course, I mostly just stay in my villa and have my servant Alexa summon things. He's still there, all alone. The last golden statue in eternal torment. You too.
You are here. Lucy is fine. I'm making an... If the world knew we died 2,000 years... Speaking of which, I wanted to say thank you in person. I'd say the gods smile on you, but I'm studying to get into medical school. When it ended, she didn't make it. She died from poison while you were in the Great Temple. It was very sad. She was a good woman. It wasn't your fault. Decius is to blame. He's here somewhere too. Not that anyone would talk to him. You too.
Greetings. You must be the legendary... I am reacquainting myself with Greece. Perhaps one day, once I have seen all of this new Greece, and I hope you will join me there and regale... Ah, the poor sweet... You too, my...
I take it you're the oracle everybody... We have. I never thought I'd leave that cave. And it seems... I'm working as a consultant to the faculty. Not that I need the money. My sincere...
You're here. I'm thankful that you're... But thank you. I'm living in Rome again, in a charming little flat by the Tiber. After we lost Ulpius, I couldn't shake the feeling that if in the end, So I'm told. And you? Wonderful.
Good evening. Greetings. Thank you for your kind words. I'm recovering. She's... Ah, you remember. I'm already
Hello
up
there.
to the... Men have called me mad, but the... And you...
Some soiree, innit? Ah, hello at last. You must be... Listen, I wanted to express my sincere... Whatever you did in that temple made... Such a acerbic... I took the money I made from selling... In fact, I was hoping to ask your advice. I can't decide between fossil fuel... Oh, don't be like that. Oh, of course, yeah. I was just thinking the same thing. Oh, go on. Of course.
It is an honor to... You... Oh, of course. I too would like to... For a time, I returned to Alex. Instead, I have decided to... I spent the first 25 years of my life avoiding the... Thank you. Thank you.
It's so nice to... I wanted to... I'm studying to be an architect. Of course, it's improved immensely since... You natives of the 20... You too, if you're ever in the Netherlands.
Hello there. Oh, I go by Gabriella now. I didn't want to be reminded of that monster every time I heard my own name. After you drove Pluto off, Proserpina came and released me, and that monster got what was coming. I'm living by myself on a little vineyard in Umbria. It's something Ulpius and I used to talk about doing, but it's been hard. Oh, it's hardly... Thanks.
There you are. I hope... Now, there's one more
Sorry if I frightened you. Just a little joke I've been saving for... Allow me to introduce... I am Proserpina, former goddess. I wanted to meet you in person. I hate to think what would have... Indeed. Suffice it to say that I was able to control their tongues. And I am sorry my messages were so cryptic. I did. I may have given up my immortality, but I still, after witnessing Pluto punish countless poor souls, so I tried to give them a way to buy more time. A second chance. Rather, as many second chances as they needed to avoid his wrath. So I whispered to Sentius in secret, telling him the prayer required to create a portal in my shrine. I knew the danger of humans being corrupted by godly power. I required the creator of the portal to sacrifice their own life, so that it could only be used selflessly to help others. What I did not anticipate is that Sentius would retain his accumulated memories from each previous day, and as a veteran soldier he had long since shed his fear of death. He quickly discovered that he could, in effect, prolong his own life indefinitely by exploiting the cycle. Of course, once I had taught him the prayer, I could not unteach him, and there was little I could do. We were all fortunate. I don't know what happened to him. I haven't heard from him. Oh, she inherited dominion over the underworld. Last time we spoke, she wouldn't say what it was. And you? Oh, and one last thing. Good, because they remember you. Well done, my friend. Of all the heroes who ever journeyed to the underworld and returned, none came close to achieving what you did. Hercules, Orpheus, Theseus, and Aeneas would be proud.